Save big with up to $750 off a new Samsung device. Switch today.
At Booking.com, finding perfect isn't rocket science. Kitchen? Sorted. Hot tub? Why not? And of course, puppy friendly. We don't like to say perfect, but it's pretty perfect. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
Premium seating for the whole family without dropping major dimes.
Every day, countless adults abuse minors online. My name is Ruth. I'm a 38-year-old mother of 3, but with the help of my team, I transform into a teenage girl.
All right, any quiet?
We become a target to protect the underage.
I think you should duck down. He's staring straight at you.
The ID premieres of Undercover Underage, Thursdays at 9 on ID.
To all the kisses that led to this one. Celebrate every kiss with Kay.
Privacy is important to you?
Yeah, privacy is really important to me.
It is to everybody.
Private is everything.
Every text you send is just as open as your letters, including pictures. Your texts are open.
We always believed the Wellesley Spirit was a small town thing. Turns out we were wrong. And wherever Jim Beam is welcome, he'll be welcome too.
Verizon is going ultra with 5G ultra wideband in many more cities. Mindy, with up to 10 times faster speeds, she can download a movie in minutes or a song in seconds.
Yep.
Verizon is going ultra, so you can do more.
He's a psychopath. Back-to-back premieres Wednesdays at 10 on ID.
All I ask is that they take their feet off our necks.
Yes, we humans outgrown our little planet. They did their jobs. 18 years later, do yours.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
The streaming home of documentaries, plus so much more. Discovery Plus. Stream now for $4.99.
A chance encounter with an ex-boyfriend reopened a frightening chapter in Amy Harwood's life. She had a restraining order against him after their breakup, but it had expired. Now she's dead, and he stands accused of her murder.
News of Amy Harwood's death, allegedly at the hands of her stalker, hit Peggy in the gut.
I couldn't stop shaking. I was sick to my stomach. I did not leave my house all day.
It was just as terrifying for this woman, Catherine.
You can't stop crazy. You may think that you've created a safety bubble for yourself, but you can't stop crazy, because I think that if they want to harm you, they will.
Like Amy, Catherine and Peggy, we agreed to use their first names only, were both stalked by former intimate partners. But oftentimes, it takes a high-profile case like this one to bring attention to the Catherine and Peggy's of the world, says forensic psychologist Chris Mohandi.
This is going on every single day in America. There are anonymous victims who are being killed by their stalkers who are ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends. She is a symbol of all the people that we don't hear about that are happening every single day in our country.
We first met Catherine and Peggy in 2017. They were determined to take the crime of stalking out of the shadows, speaking publicly about their own terrifying experiences despite the risk.
I kept everything very small and very quiet, and it didn't protect me.
Are you concerned at all about talking to me? That you could anger him.
I think that it doesn't matter what I do. I think that he's going to do what he's going to do no matter what I do.
Peggy, an accomplished attorney and single mom, says her stalker has affected everything about her life.
I don't vote. I don't have Facebook. I don't have Twitter. I can't be like a normal mom and post photos of my son on my Facebook page. When I say I can't, I mean I'm in fear to do that. He destroyed everything.
It all started with a simple date. A seemingly nice guy Peggy met online after her divorce.
We had a good time. I think we dated for maybe about 5 months.
Peggy says he broke things off in 2013. She moved on, but several months later, Peggy says she received threatening emails from him. The most damning, a death threat that still gives her nightmares.
That he is going to come up behind me when I least expect it. It shoot me in the head.
Before that, he had shown up uninvited to where Peggy was living at the time.
I hear someone coming in the house, and he's standing in my living room, and he starts yelling at me.
He left after his rant, but a scared Peggy got a restraining order. Still, it didn't stop his reign of terror. Peggy says he branded the word "whore" on her lawn.
It was so horrific to have to explain to my neighbors, and then I tried to put some green paint on it, and it made it stick out more.
He also left menacing voicemail messages. And when she thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. She says she saw her stalker run from her home just as she heard a loud crash.
He had thrown 2 cans of red house paint directly through the windows with such force. There was glass everywhere. There was red paint all over my son's toys.
Peggy contacted the police thinking it would lead to an arrest.
And he said, "You know what? I don't believe you." And I said, "What don't you believe? Do you not believe that he threw paint through that he did this? You think I did this myself?" And I said, "You are mandated by law to write this up as a violation of my restraining order and to pick him up." And they did nothing. They gave me a report and they left the house.
What is going on there?
Unless you are physically harmed, they wait, and they reinforced this feeling that no one was going to help me.
That was until her stalker started vandalizing other women's property as well. Now, with multiple victims, the LAPD's Specialized Threat Management Unit got involved.
They were astounded at what had happened, that nobody had done anything.
Her stalker was finally arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison, but after just 2 years, he was released on parole. 9 months later, she got an email with an attachment, a screenplay.
This is a complete articulation of every moment of my relationship with him and everything that he did to me.
The names were slightly changed, but it was all there. The throwing of paint, the writing in the grass.
And this is a confession.
Yes.
And even worse, new threats.
What were the worst threats?
One was that he had dug a hole in the desert and he was going to bury me in the desert. And a number of his threats have been about killing me and everybody that I know.
Peggy immediately sent the screenplay to police. This time, they were able to charge him with making criminal threats. In February 2020, Peggy had to face him at a court hearing.
You had not seen him then for 6 years.
No. When I finally was able to look at him, he was unrecognizable. He looked like the monster he is. And just him trying to look at me, I guess I don't think most people feel that kind of fear in their life ever.
With Amy Harwick's death, it has become even more terrifying.
What was the very first thought?
That's me. I'm dead.
That's what you thought.
That's what I thought.
Why?
Because I know he won't stop.
Do you think this would have been a suicide?
Absolutely not.
Do we have somebody that has placed her to make it look as if she has fallen? Did Michelle confide in you about abuse?
Absolutely.
You better be nice right now. It could mean there is enough evidence to change the manner of death.
Homicide, suicide, or accident.
Crime Scene Confidential, all new, Tuesday at 9 on ID.
Flavor is so fresh, you won't be able to choose it bigger. Well, maybe you will. Nicorette knows quitting smoking is freaking hard. You get advice like, just stop. Go for a run. Go for 10 runs. Run a marathon. Instead, start small with Nicorette, which can lead to something big. Start stopping with Nicorette.
I swear I live.
For skin that works as hard as you do, don't settle for silver. 7 intense moisturizers to help stop dry skin before it starts. Gold Bond Healing Lotion, championing your skin.
You can drink from my stuff or anything.
Where did you learn to slide like that?
They call me the hot chocolate guru. Okay, nobody calls me that, but oh no, I've got this. Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Flonase, all good. It's time to start your own business, to turn your dream into something official. LegalZoom has helped launch and support millions of small businesses. Start an LLC, corporation, or nonprofit with LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
We have to be able to repair the enamel on a daily basis. With Pro Enamel Repair Toothpaste, we can help actively repair enamel in its weakened state. It's innovative. My go-to toothpaste.
Hello again and welcome back to our course on PowerPoint 2019. In this section, we're going to be taking a look at navigating around a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm going to just introduce to you some of the main aspects of the screen and some things that can really help improve your efficiency when we're working in PowerPoint. Now, what you can see on the screen here, I currently have what we call normal view showing on the screen. And in normal view, what you can see are the main slides. This is the slide that I'm currently clicked on. And I can also see in the left-hand pane, I have little mini previews of the other slides that make up my presentation. Now, as I said, this is what we classify as normal view. And this in general is the view that you work in when you're making edits to your PowerPoint presentation. Now, obviously, with a lot of PowerPoint presentations, the end aim is to display those presentations. So either we might be presenting to an audience, or we might be wrapping it up in a PowerPoint presentation for somebody else to run. And if you think about it, if I was presenting this to an audience, I don't really want them to see the view that I currently have. So I really just want them to focus on the current slide. I don't want them to be able to see all of the other slides down the side or the ribbon or anything along those lines. Now, in order to do that, what we do is we switch our PowerPoint presentation into what we call slideshow view. And again, there are a couple of different ways you can switch between different views. The first one I'm going to show you is probably the simplest. If you cast your eyes down to the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see down here we have a number of little icons. As I hover over them, you can see that one says normal, which is the view that we're in now. We have slide sorter view, which I'll talk about a bit later. We have reading view. Again, I'll talk about that a bit later. And then finally, we have slideshow view. So let's click on that one. And now this takes me into what the audience is going to see. I can then easily navigate between my slides, so I can move them on or I can move them back, depending on what I want to show at that particular time. Now, in order to navigate through my presentation, again, there are a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can click my mouse to move me onto the next slide. Or alternatively, what I can do is just use the arrow keys on my keyboard, either the one going to the right to move forward, or the one going to the left to move back. So it's really up to you which one of those methods you choose. If I want to jump out of my presentation, so maybe I finished it, or maybe I want to make some edits, I can just press the escape key on my keyboard, and that will take me back to that normal view. Using those icons in the bottom right-hand corner. There is an alternative way of moving through your views, and that is by using the ribbons. So again, if I go up to the view ribbon, you can see the first group there, presentation views, that has normal, outline, slide sorter, and I have a couple of other views in there as well, notes page and reading pane. So I can easily switch between my views from there as well. Now, what you might notice there is that we don't actually have a slideshow view. You'll find that on a separate tab. So again, we have a tab here called slideshow. And you'll see in this first group here called start slideshow, we have a choice. We can start our slideshow from the beginning. So if I was to click that, it starts it from the beginning. And remember, escape to come out. And you'll also notice as I hover over, there is a shortcut key to start the slideshow from the beginning. So sometimes that's a little bit easier and more efficient as well. So the shortcut key here would be F5. I can also choose to start my slideshow from the current slide. So what we mean by that is whichever one I'm clicked on. So if I was clicked on slide 4 and I was to choose from current slide, it's going to run the slideshow from that particular slide and escape to come out. So a couple of different options in there for you when it comes to running your slideshow. So now I just like slides down the side or the ribbon or any those slides and build up a really nice looking presentation. We're going to add some pizzazz with graphics. So we're going to add pictures and icons and 3D models, which are new to 2019. We're going to add animation to make it more engaging and also media files like video and audio. And finally, at the end of the course, I'm going to show you how you can present your presentation to an audience. So lots of really interesting stuff in here. I am very excited about taking you through this course. I absolutely love PowerPoint, and I hope by the end of this course you will too. So all that remains is for us to jump into the next section, where we'll just have a quick word about the exercise files we're going to use in this course, and then we'll get started. So I'll see you in the next section. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on PowerPoint 2019. In this section, we're going to be taking a look at navigating around a PowerPoint presentation. And I'm going to just introduce to you some of the main aspects of the screen and some things that can really help improve your efficiency when we're working in PowerPoint. Now, what you can see on the screen here, I currently have what we call normal view showing on the screen. And in normal view, what you can see are the main slides. So this is the slide that I'm currently clicked on. And I can also see in the left-hand pane, I have little mini previews of the other slides that make up my presentation. Now, as I said, this is what we classify as normal view. And this in general is the view that you work in when you're making edits to your PowerPoint presentation. Now, obviously, with a lot of PowerPoint presentations, the end aim is to display those presentations. So either we might be presenting to an audience, or we might be wrapping it up in a PowerPoint presentation for somebody else to run. And if you think about it, if I was presenting this to an audience, I don't really want them to see the view that I currently have. So I really just want them to focus on the current slide. I don't want them to be able to see all of the other slides down the side, or the ribbon, or anything along those lines. Now, in order to do that, what we do is we switch our PowerPoint presentation into what we call slideshow view. And again, there are a couple of different ways that you can switch between different views. The first one I'm going to show you is probably the simplest. If you cast your eyes down to the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see down here we have a number of little icons. As I hover over them, you can see that one says normal, which is the view that we're in now. We have slide sorter view, which I'll talk about a bit later. We have reading view. Again, I'll talk about that a bit later. And then finally, we have slideshow view. So let's click on that one. And now this takes me into what the audience is going to see. I can then easily navigate between my slides, so I can move them on or I can move them back, depending on what I want to show at that particular time. Now, in order to navigate through my presentation, again, there are a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can click my mouse to move me onto the next slide. Or alternatively, what I can do is just use the arrow keys on my keyboard, either the one going to the right to move forward, or the one going to the left to move back. So it's really up to you which one of those methods you choose. If I want to jump out of my presentation, so maybe I finished it, or maybe I want to make some edits, I can just press the escape key on my keyboard, and that will take me back to that normal view. Using those icons in the bottom right-hand corner. There is an alternative way of moving through your views, and that is by using the ribbons. So again, if I go up to the view ribbon, you can see the first group there, presentation views, that has normal, outline, slide sorter, and I have a couple of other views in there as well, notes page and reading pane. So I can easily switch between my views from there as well. Now, what you might notice there is that we don't actually have a slideshow view. You'll find that on a separate tab. So again, we have a tab here called Slideshow. And you'll see in this first group here called Start Slideshow, we have a choice. We can start our slideshow from the beginning. So if I was to click that, it starts it from the beginning. And remember, escape to come out. And you'll also notice as I hover over, there is a shortcut key to start the slideshow from the beginning. So sometimes that's a little bit easier and more efficient as well. So the shortcut key here would be F5. I can also choose to start my slideshow from the current slide. So what we mean by that is whichever one I'm clicked on. So if I was clicked on slide 4 and I was to choose from current slide, it's going to run the slideshow from that particular slide and escape to come out. So a couple of different options in there for you when it comes to running your slideshow. So now I'd just like to talk a little bit about the actual slides that you're using. I would say that when you are creating a presentation, it's really important to think about the layout of your presentation. And it's also really important to have a title slide to introduce the topic to the audience. So you can see here in my example, we have Wanderlust Travel, and then I have a subtitle underneath, Unleash the Explorer Within. And that really just introduces the topic that I'm about to talk about to the audience. Another thing to watch out for when you're creating PowerPoint presentations is to be consistent with the fonts that you're using. So I would advise against having lots of different types of fonts. You really just want to keep it consistent so that it flows throughout the presentation. Choose us, and then underneath I have some bullet points. And this slide is actually a completely different layout to the previous slide. So this first one is what we call a title slide layout, and this second one is a title and content, the content being these bullet points down here. And this is something I'm going to delve into in the next few modules to show you exactly all the different types of slide layout that you have. Now again, when it comes to titles, I would always recommend that you do put a title at the top of each slide. And the reason for that is, if you imagine you're giving a presentation, you have an audience, it's fairly common for people to get slightly distracted. Maybe they look at their phone, maybe they just zone out for a moment. You want to make sure that whenever they come back to you, that they know exactly what you're talking about at any given time, and they can quickly pick up again from where they left off. So that's why it's so important to make sure that each slide has some kind of title or something that indicates what that slide is all about. Now, as I said, what we've got here is a title and content slide, and I currently have some bullet points in that slide. And it's worth noting that you can have up to 5 levels of bullets in a slide. So here I have what we call first level bullets. And if I was to move to slide 3, you'll see I have some first and some second level bullets. In this case, they're both the same. You might find with some templates or layouts that the second indented bullet is a slightly different icon, but in this case they're the same. But you can distinctly see that there is a difference between those first and second bullets by the indentation. Let's take a look at some other things that we have in this presentation. If I go to slide 4, again, I have my title at the top. And what I've got on this slide is something we call Smart Art. And again, this is something I'm going to go through with you a bit later on in the course, but this is just a nice way to add some kind of process flow, or maybe if you want to add an organizational chart or something along those lines. Smart Art is something that's a really good thing to use for doing those kinds of things. So you can see here, I've got it illustrating the booking process. Underneath that, I also have some images. Now, these are actually a fairly new thing that have been added to PowerPoint 2019. These are called icons, and you'll find them on the insert ribbon along with all of your drawings and your shapes. And this is a library full of really nice little icons that you can add into your presentation, and they're all completely editable. So if I click on one of the icons just there, you'll see at the top, I now get the graphics format contextual ribbon, which will allow me to make any changes I want to that particular icon. You can see there, I can change the color, I can do all sorts of things with it. So icons are a really nice way to add a visual element into your presentation. Let's look at the next slide, slide 5. Here again, I have that title at the top, but this time I've inserted a couple of pictures, and I might have inserted them from the web, or I may have had them stored off onto my PC. I'm going to show you how to insert pictures using both of those techniques. Move on to slide 6. Now I have something slightly different on here, and again, this is a feature that's relatively new in PowerPoint 2019. And these are what we call 3D models, and they're actually pretty cool. What I can do is if I click on this backpack, for example, you see I get this little icon in the middle, which is a rotation, and it's actually a 3D image, so I can rotate it any way I like. and set it just so. So that's a really nice way to add a high quality, I guess you would call a vector graphic that you can rotate into your PowerPoint presentation. So those are quite fun to explore as well. Let's move down to the next slide. Again, we have something slightly different in this one. We have the title, but then we have a chart. So if you're used to using charts in Excel or inserting charts, then this works in a fairly similar way. You'll see when we do start to insert charts, you're actually using a kind of preview of an Excel spreadsheet in order to get the figures in to create this chart in PowerPoint. So that's a really nice way of displaying, in this case, sales figures by country. Moving down to slide 8. Again, something slightly different. We have our title, About Us, and then what I have underneath there is just, again, some smart art, but I'm using it in a slightly different way than before. I'm using it in combination with a picture. And again, you'll see when we go into the smart art library, you'll see there are a few layouts in there or a few diagrams you can insert, which also allow you to insert pictures. So again, a really nice way of illustrating that About Us section. And finally, this is just my finished slide, so I'm encouraging them to book now. I'm letting them know that they'll get a 20% discount if they're a new customer, and you can see that's a bullet point. And again, I've just inserted a picture directly into my slide. So lots of different elements that make up my PowerPoint presentation, which make it into a really nice, visually appealing presentation that flows. It's consistent in its color and in its font. Now we are going to move into how you edit presentations, and just remember that if you want to edit a particular slide, all you need to do is when you're in normal view, which we are now, just make sure you're clicked on the slide that you want to edit, and then you can go to town and do whatever you like within that particular slide. So that's the basics of navigating around a first PowerPoint presentation. In the next section, we're going to move on to looking at the desktop, and I will be giving you an overview of the desktop screen so you know exactly what all the buttons do, which will help you navigate and create your PowerPoint presentations slightly more efficiently. So I will see you then. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on PowerPoint 2019. In this section, I'm going to give you an overview of the desktop screen and the views. Now, what we're looking at here is that same PowerPoint presentation that we've been looking at in the previous modules, the Wanderlust Travel slide deck. And I just want to start by giving you a quick tour around the desktop screen so you understand what the ribbons and all of the icons do. So starting right at the top, you'll see where we have wanderlusttravel.pptx. So this is the name of your PowerPoint presentation. It's the name that you've saved this presentation as, and we're going to be looking at how to save presentations in the following modules. Underneath that, we have our menus or our ribbons. So you can see here currently, I'm clicked on Home, and that gives me different groups which contain different groups of commands that I can use. You'll see here I have Insert as I move across, which will allow me to insert things into my presentation. And then I have all of these different ribbons that I can use. I'm not going to go through all of them right at the moment. Just be aware that there they are located just underneath that title. Now, if we move just below our ribbons, you'll see that I have a group of icons just here. Now, these icons are actually located on what we call the Quick Access Toolbar. And the Quick Access Toolbar is pretty much what it says on the tin. It allows you to very quickly access commands that you use frequently. And you'll have different commands on this toolbar. There is a default set of commands, so you might have undo, redo, and save. But you can customize this toolbar to contain any command that's available to you in PowerPoint. Now, if I go across to the little drop-down arrow at the end, when I hover over it, says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. If I click on that, what you'll see is a drop-down menu, which is showing me the 10 most frequently used commands that I might want to add to my Quick Access Toolbar. And you can see that some of them have ticks next to them, which means that they're already added onto that toolbar. So, for example, if I find myself emailing presentations fairly frequently, instead of hunting around for the email button within PowerPoint, I could just add it to my quick access toolbar, and then I have a quick way of very quickly emailing that presentation. Now, it's worth noting that I'm not only limited to adding these few commands to my quick access toolbar, I can add any command. And again, there are a couple of different ways that I can do that. Let's go for the first simpler way. And that is if you find a command on any of the ribbons. So for example, if I jump to the insert ribbon, and maybe I decide that I add quite a lot of pictures into my PowerPoint presentations. If I want to add the pictures icon or command to my quick access toolbar, all I need to do is right click and select add to quick access toolbar. And you can see there it is on the end. Another way that I can add commands to the quick access toolbar is again utilizing that drop down arrow and going to more commands. Now this will actually take me into the PowerPoint options, and you can see that I have quick access toolbar highlighted in the list on the left hand side. What I've then got is in this first list where it says popular commands, I then have all of the commands which belong to that popular commands group. So these would be the ones that are used most frequently. If I want a list of all of the commands available in PowerPoint, again, I can click the drop down and I can select all commands, and that will give me a very, very long list of every command available in PowerPoint in alphabetical order. And what I can then do is I can then find the command that I want. So maybe it's this one here, align text. And I can add that to my quick access toolbar directly from here. So if you glance over to the right hand side, you'll see it says at the top, customize quick access toolbar. And then I have listed there all of the commands that are currently on that toolbar. And all I would need to do is to click the add button in the middle, which will move align text over to the right hand side of the screen. Click on OK, and you can now see I have that align text button on my quick access toolbar. So a couple of different ways that you can customize that to really increase or improve your efficiency when working in PowerPoint. Now, if we move up to the top right-hand corner of the screen, you can see you've got my name there. So that's telling me the account that I'm currently logged in with. I also have a little ribbon display options button. And if I click it, you'll see I get a drop down with some other options in there. So I can choose to hide the ribbon. And that just gives me more screen real estate with which to work on my PowerPoint presentation. Now, I'm not saying that this is something I use all that frequently, because obviously you can't see your ribbons or your commands, but it is there if you just need a little bit of extra space. Now, to get those ribbons back, if I click the icon in the top for ribbon display options, and I can select show tabs and commands. It's worth noting that there is another option in there which will just allow you to show the tabs, so I can see those tabs but not the ribbons below until I click on them. Okay, so it's really entirely up to you with regards to how you display those ribbons and tabs. I then have next to that option, I have the minimize button, which will just minimize my presentation down into the system tray. And then alternatively, I also have the restore down, which will just make my screen a little bit smaller. And then of course, I always have my close button in the top corner. Now moving to the main bulk of our screen. So in the middle, obviously I have the slide that I currently have selected, and you can see the rest of my slides in the pane on the left-hand side. We covered this in the previous module. And right down in the bottom left-hand corner, I have a little bit of information that I might find useful. So it's telling me that currently I'm clicked on slide 1 of 9. If I click on number 4, it's going to change to slide 4 of 9. It's telling me that there are no spelling errors so far found in this presentation. And it's also telling me my language. So currently I have my language set to English United. Hello again and welcome back to my course on PowerPoint 2019. In this section, we're going to start to take a look at how you can format text and also bullet editing options. But in this specific module, we're going to stick to formatting text first of all. So I'm currently on slide 1, which is our title slide, where I have the words Wanderlust Travel, and we're going to make some edits to the text on this slide. Now, I want you to note that when I click on the title here, Wanderlust Travel, what you'll see is that I get what we call a placeholder around the outside. And you'll see these placeholders all over the place in PowerPoint. And in general, what they'll contain is some kind of object. So it could be text, it might be some kind of shape or a picture. And the beauty of the placeholder is that in order to change any formatting on this text, I don't actually have to highlight the text. We're probably used to doing that across other Microsoft applications. If I wanted to change the font here or the color or the size, I'm used to highlighting and then going and selecting my options. But you don't need to do that in PowerPoint. What you need to do is just click on that placeholder. And you'll know you clicked on it because you get these resize handles around the outside. So these also help you resize that placeholder. So if I wanted to, I could drag this up or down, and I could also drag it in or out. Now, you're probably noticing there, as I'm doing that, it's not actually making any sizing changes to the text within the placeholder. It really just resizes that placeholder. So I'm going to make sure I've got my placeholder selected, and let's go and explore the different options we have for formatting text. So I'm currently on my home ribbon, and we're going to focus on this font group just here. Now, the first one, the drop down just here, if I click it, again, you're probably fairly used to using these across the other Microsoft applications. This is where you'll get a list of all of your fonts that are available to use in your presentation. So I can see at the top any theme fonts that I have applied, and then I have all of my fonts listed in alphabetical order. And as I scroll over them, you can see I get a live preview, which is really handy. It means that I can see what that's going to look like before I actually commit to applying it. So I might want to go down and apply, let's try this one, Bauhaus 93, like so, and just switch up that font. Next to that, we have our sizing. So again, we have lots of different options in here. We can go all the way up to 96. For this one, I'm probably going to stick with around 72. It is also worth noting, if you don't have exactly the size font that you want in that list, because if you look, the numbers aren't all consecutive all the way up from 8 to 96. There are some gaps. So if I wanted, for example, font size 64, I don't actually have that listed here, but I can go up into the font box and just manually change that to 64 and hit enter, and my font will resize. So just be aware that you can do that as well, make manual changes to that font size. I can then make smaller changes, incremental changes by increasing the font size. So if I click the increase font size button, it will jump that up, or I can use the other one to move it down. So little incremental changes if I want to make some minor adjustments. The row underneath, I have bold. Again, probably something you might be familiar with using, just makes that text a little bit bolder. I have my italics, I have underline, and I also have this one here, so text shadow. So that will add a shadow behind the selected text, which makes it stand out from the background a little bit. And sometimes it's quite subtle, it is quite hard to see, but I've actually put a shadow on there, which actually looks quite nice. So I'm going to leave that, I think. What we can also do is use a strike through. Now, in this particular scenario, the strike through makes no sense whatsoever. I really don't want to put a strike through my title, but you can probably think of scenarios, maybe things that you might want to cross out or show that there's been a change, where a strike through might possibly be useful. We then have next to strike through the character spacing, and we have a little drop down here. And I'm currently set to normal, but again, you'll see if I hover over, you'll see that that's very tight spacing. Tight is a little bit wider. Then we have normal, loose, very loose, and then we have more spacing options in here as well. And that will take me to some advanced options for my character spacing, so I can then set how many points in between my characters I want spaces for. So just remember that that is also there. The next option along is to change case. So we have sentence case, which is where you have the first letter capitalized, lowercase, uppercase, capitalize each word, and then toggle case. Now, toggle case is useful when, and I'm sure you've had this scenario before, where you've typed something and you've accidentally had caps lock on, so everything comes out the opposite way of what you imagined. That's a good one to use in that particular instance. Next to that, we have our text highlighter color. So again, if I wanted to, I could select a highlight. So this is much like just having a highlighter pen and running it across. Again, not particularly appropriate on this slide, but it could be useful to emphasize certain words or certain points or sentences on other slides. And then I have my font colors. So I could go through and change this to something completely different just by selecting from the palette if I wanted to. Now, another little thing I want to highlight here is this little arrow in the bottom corner of the font group. If you click that, what it will do is it will give you access to some additional options when it comes to formatting your text. So some of these you've already seen on the ribbon, such as the font just here, and also things like font color, font size. Font style, again, we've got regular italic, bold, bold italic if you want to use that. We can select an underline style. Now that's quite interesting. We do have an underline button in that font group on the ribbon, but we only have one option for underline. If we were to select that from the ribbon, we just get a solid underline under our text. Whereas if we go into the additional options, we have lots of different styles of underline that we could use. If you wanted a dotted line or dashed or something like that, you can definitely find that in those advanced options. Again, underneath effects, we have some things which we found in our ribbon, such as the strike through, but we have additional things like double strike through, superscript and subscript, small caps, all caps, and we can also equalize character height. Let me just show you that because that's one you may not have come across. If you look at my title, what will happen when I click this is that all the letters are kind of stretched to become the same height. So that might be something which you find quite useful. I'm going to undo that by clicking the undo button and just jump back in to my advanced options. And then I have that character spacing tab. Now we were in here a moment ago, it jumped us straight to it when we were looking at more options for character spacing. So again, you could select the type of spacing, so normal, expanded, condensed, and here you can actually customize how many points in between. So if you want the characters really spaced out, you could put quite a large number in here to get that effect. So don't forget that you have those additional options lurking in the background. Now, one other thing I want to show you with regards to formatting text is the Format Painter. This is such a useful utility. What it basically does is it allows you to take all of the properties that you've applied to a piece of text and essentially copy them and paste them or paint them over the top of another piece of text. So it's a really good efficiency tool. So what I mean by that is I'm currently clicked on the placeholder for Wanderlust Travel. And I've changed lots of properties about this text. So we changed the font that we were using. I changed the size. I changed the color of the font. And I also added a background shadow as well. Now, if I want the subtitle here, Unleash the Explorer Within, to be exactly the same as the title, I want to copy all those properties over. Now, of course, I could do it manually. I could select the subtitle and I could go through my different options. But the quickest way of doing it is just to use the Format Painter. So again, I'm going to highlight my placeholder because it's the properties of this text that I want to copy. I'm going to go up to my home ribbon, and in that first group, I have Format Painter. And I'm going to click. Now, as soon as I click, you'll see that my cursor changes to a little paintbrush icon, which means I'm in Format Painter mode. And all I need to do is go down and click on the placeholder for that subheading. And you can see it applies exactly the same formatting to the subheading. Now, currently that doesn't look too great. I might want to go in and make it a bit smaller so it doesn't look like it's overlapping too much, but I could definitely do that. And that is so much quicker than copying the properties individually. It's also worth noting, if I just undo out of there and get it back to how it was, with the Format Painter, it's a one-time deal. So when I click on my placeholder and I click Format Painter, As soon as I've painted that formatting, the format painter deactivates. So if I wanted to apply that same formatting to lots of pieces of text, I would have to keep going back to Format Painter in order to do it, because it essentially deactivates after you've used it once. The way to stop it from doing that is to double click on Format Painter. So what I could do is I could highlight my placeholder, double click on Format Painter. I can then click on my text below, but you see that my Format Painter is still active. Look at my cursor, I still have the paintbrush icon. So I could then go and carry on painting that format on other pieces of text. To deactivate it, all you need to do is click the Format Painter option again, or you can press the Escape key on your keyboard. So that's it. That's all I wanted to show you with regards to formatting text. In the next module, we're going to start to look at bullets and how we can format those. So I will see you over there. Hello again, and welcome back to our course on PowerPoint 2019. In this section, we're going to focus on working with bullets, and I'm back in the presentation that we've been working on so far in the course, and currently I'm clicked on slide 1, the title slide. Now, we don't have any bullets on here, so I'm going to jump straight across to slide 2. And you can see what we have on this slide is a number of first level bullets. And if we jump across to slide 3, you'll see we have some first and some second level bullets. And we're going to talk a little bit about how you can format these and also how you can customize them. So let's jump back to slide 2. Now, just to reiterate some points that I've made previously about bullets, you can have 5 different levels of bullets. And remember, to get another bullet, all you need to do is click at the end and hit the Enter key, and that will give you another bullet on the same level. And if you want to indent that, so to give yourself a second level bullet, you just need to press the Tab key on your keyboard. If you want to go back or essentially outdent it, Shift Tab will outdent that for you. And again, if I wanted to delete it, I can just press my backspace key a couple of times to get me back to where I was.
What is the name of the bar on the left-hand side of the screen on the PowerPoint? slide down there. Yeah. Title body. Title. Title. Damn it, man. What's this? Slide view. Shit. I created probably is the best to clear keep templates and special effects. Behind his house.
Installing Microsoft Office. The full desktop application versions of Microsoft Office 2016 or later is a requirement of this course. It is provided free of charge from South College via your South College student email. You're going to start at the South College website at south.edu. Go to the upper left-hand corner and click on Current Students. Log into your student email. If you have not set up your email yet, please do so and then come back to this. Once you're at this page, choose the Install Office drop-down menu in the upper right-hand corner of the page. Choose the Office 365 app's install link and follow the instructions on your device. Once the programs have installed, be sure to log into that.
Maji Live. How's everybody doing tonight? Okay, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I still made it live, even though I had a long day to dive. I was like, it take me a minute, but I had to sigh, come alive. Show y'all Maji got the tea tonight. What up, everybody? Whatever, that was like a freestyle. I guess I'm in the mood tonight. Welcome, kings and goddesses. Okay, this is the temples of kings and goddesses. Magic gang, magic gang. Hydrated. Go get your water, go get your tea. Let's get into this reading. So the message here today is let me take a deep breath and ring the bell, says Spirit. So you should do the same. Take a deep breath with me. See? Oh yes, thank you, Tyrone, for your donation. I also have my donation handy dandy notebook that I
How
always
do I
bring.
get contact
Okay, if
with?
any of you guys obviously feel like donating as the energy reciprocation throughout this reading, okay, I will write your name down and definitely, send you some good vibes. Tyrone Bates. Okay. So today's reading is God would clear your name. Okay, there's some type of gossip, some type of things going on around your energy, and it's like it's time for this major breakthrough to come into check my mic. What's up with my mic? I hear some of you guys complaining about the mic. You guys saying it's good. So yeah, Maji got the tea, and yeah, let's get the lights up, guys. We already know the deal. If you guys want to donate to my Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, let's get to it, okay? So yeah, let's just see what this message is about, because this is what I was hearing all day. All right, I wrote this morning. Bottom of the deck, we have billionaire. All right, without the E. So your first name could be an E, okay, or R for B. Anyways, billionaire, okay, bottom of the deck. So it's like that's gonna be, I'm hearing that's gonna be their karma, your success. Okay, there's some type of richness coming into your life, there's some type of wealth coming into your life, and it's like it's just gonna suddenly backfire to anyone who wished you bad. Okay, we have bottom of the deck also misery loves company and traveling the world and YouTube content. So you could have a YouTube here, guys. You could be a YouTuber. You could have some type of content online here. And I feel like whatever you're doing, this idea will really bring you a lot of wealth. Some of you guys here are meant to become millionaires, billionaires. So this is like heavy, heavy, successful energy. And on the bottom of the deck, we have you will be very successful. I mean, and then this card is on the reverse. It says tarot readers are attacking other tarot readers. So if you're a tarot reader here, there's somebody also sending you some negative energy because you have some type of healing ability here. But I'm also hearing your enemies will watch you be blessed. This card wanted to stick out. You see that? So whatever's happening, that doesn't really matter, because what Spirit is saying is you should focus on the success that's coming towards you very, very soon. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of news. You're going to be traveling here, okay? Misery loves company, says Spirit. So let's check out what's the tea here, guys. Okay? Let me just bring out my evil eye, says Spirit, Any evil eye being sent to me is just going to be sent back, period. All right? We ain't playing out here. Everybody got to stay protected. Reading here. I'm hearing some of you guys are just moving on. You're like moving on from something. I don't know if it's a job or a person, but I just heard moving on. You could literally be in the process of moving. We have hurt ego getting in the way of a relationship. So this is somebody like that Beyonce song, You Got a Big Ego. Somebody got a big ego here, all right? Whoever is doing this is somebody that's very prideful, okay? I'm seeing you're both wearing a crown. So it's like you are royalty. Somebody's trying to, what is this? Like pretend to be you, all right? Thank you, Jeanette, for your donation, my love. Many blessings. Where's my pen? Basically it. You know what I mean? Like there's some type of ego problem here, and now forcer. It's like somebody's trying to force something with their ego when really they have to let it go because it's not what they're meant to do. It's what you're meant to do is what I'm getting here. It says forces things on you, forces their way and uses face to get what they want. So this is somebody that would get right at your face and yell at you, okay? Thank you, Tish and Taj, for your donation, my love. Thank you, S as well. So yeah, this is somebody that could literally want to fight you in person, or just like is spiritually beating themselves inside because they're like, know that their ego is like, no, I could be as great as this, and like they're trying to force something that they're not meant to do. Because I see that you have some type of publicity. Exactly, dude. Like, look at this, boss bitch right here. See, it's even if you're a male or female, it doesn't matter, right? Right now, it's saying that you run your own business. Some of you guys here run your own businesses. You're stable, you're busy, you're multifaceted, and that's why you're going to be a billionaire here, a millionaire here, like just somebody very wealthy in the future. So yeah, you're thinking like a boss. Somebody's trying to force this. It's like you have your own YouTube channel and you're doing some type of idea. This either now is going to make you into a boss or something like that. But it's saying you're going to be very successful, right? It's something that you're working on right now. You know that you could have a YouTube here, or maybe this is something that you're being encouraged to do. It's like we have threatening, intimidating, threatening, bothered. So yeah, this is somebody that would threaten you and want to possibly force and themselves and stuff. Like maybe even like punch you or like punch a wall. This is somebody that like is very aggressive. I'm hearing narcissist. Quick energy, guys. If I'm saying incarcerated, this is somebody that might have gone to jail in the past or is in that Eight of Swords energy. Like maybe in and out of jail, I'm hearing, or just in their mental head here, like just stuck. Dealing with a lot of shadow. If you guys notice this card, it's like this shadow, somebody feeling entrapped or something. Yeah. I don't know. What else, Spirit? What is this? Look what's on the bottom of the deck, guys. All right, success is what I'm getting here. So you're too busy winning. This is what's bothering them. Okay? It's like no matter what, whatever the gossip they've been saying about you, no matter the lies or anything like that, it's like you're still going to get success and victory. People are not going to care or listen to them. It's like it's going to backfire because it's going to prove that that was just false data, false information. Whatever it is, it's like you're winning. You're in an emperor position where you're owning your own business or you're working towards this. And it's like you're very stable or you're working on your stability. You're winning right now. This is somebody that's getting a lot of attention online right now, though I'm not going to lie. Then we have partnership here. So this could literally be a lover, a very toxic, manipulative ex even, fishing for comments. See? This is somebody literally just fishing for comments, trying to gossip. Hey, welcome Patrick to the Magi gang. Patrick. I'm thinking about SpongeBob now for a reason. Maybe you guys like that show. Or there's something about SpongeBob that maybe has a message here. I don't know. SquarePants. We have travel, and we already said here that you're traveling the world. So some of you guys are really going to travel here is what I'm getting, okay? You're about to travel. Like, look at this. Interesting. Stalker. See, this is somebody that, like, you don't even know about. You're in your own little world, and they're not. They're obsessed with you. They keep watching you. Bottom of this deck, it says you passed the test. So this is what God is telling you right now. It's like you passed some sort of test right now. You're excelling. You are succeeding in something right now. Okay, bell here real quick. I keep hearing that, so let me just drink my water too. Literally fishing for comments. Like they're not gonna find anything, but they're trying to find something. They're lurking, right? This is the energy I'm kind of getting. Stalking, lurking. I don't know whose message this is for. Remember, this is a collective reading, okay?
Right.
All right, Spirit, what is this about? God will clear your name got the backfire. What is this message about? Tell us more. What's going on around the collective's energy here? Phoenix right now. These headphones then. Can you back to your... What about now? Is my mic better now, guys? This... Way better. I don't know why I had headphones then. I should have just used my phone normally. But anyways, I do apologize about that. I guess that was also saying this is that kind of energy, guys. Literally, you're in here watching this. Like, you know, this never happens here on this channel. So it's like these energies are trying to intervene and stop this new beginning that's coming towards you. So it's like somebody wanted to intervene with this energy. But whatever you heard was important enough, okay? Basically, it's like you're just too busy winning. You're about to have some type of success, even in your money and your status. You're going to elevate someone higher. That's the Phoenix, okay? There's a new you emerging, and there's an old you that you're letting go of, basically, and you're rising to the top. You could be a fire sign here, because there's a lot of fire, okay? So you're following your passion, or you're feeling very passionate, okay? Thank you, Vitalis, for your donation. We have Eagle. Okay, so these are the ancestors saying you're good. You're about to see things from a higher perspective. There's actually a lot of air energy too. Someone here could be an air sign. Okay. Wow, we have spirit guides, dude. Spirit guides are coming through. Period. Thorns, judgment. See, I told you it's judgment for your enemies and crackers. It says a positive energy surrounds you. Love and joy, good fortune awaits, dude. Get excited. Whatever is emerging here, whatever this new beginning is, it's like it's gonna feel very excited for somebody here. And it's like, comment down below if this is you guys. Okay, make sure you comment down below, like this video, share, subscribe to my channel if you're new, and obviously you resonate with this video. If not, there's a lot more content I have on here. Okay. Flame. See, some of you guys could be astral traveling here right now, but what I'm getting is like there's someone here that's about to travel. There's some type of lucky breakthrough or some type of big positive opportunity. It could be in the music. Okay, we have music here. This could be a music opportunity. This could be like somebody giving you an opportunity to travel to LA in a plane or something like that, or just anywhere really. It could be anywhere around the world. Thank you, By the Cat, for your donation. So yeah, it's like you have some type of musical talent. Your ancestors are saying, let go of the past and get ready for this positive future. There's something here in your future that's very positive, and it's like trying to come in right now. And it's like judgment is coming, okay? It's somebody's like judgment day. Whoever this person who was gossiping or who was trying to do spell work on you or who was trying to hurt you, okay, this is what's happening. Thank you, Dawn, for your donation. Many blessings, guys. I kept hearing action. Action. Go where? What are you people asking me? Look, we have birth, okay? So there's definitely a brand new beginning here as you're letting go of something old, getting ready to bring in abundance, dude. Come on, we can't make this shit up. It's right here. You're seeing me shuffle. Abundance. I'm telling you, you're flying new heights. That's also what the airplane means to me. It's like it's not only traveling, perhaps many times around the world. You could be touring, okay? Somebody could be getting a touring gig, or maybe you do something with your work that relates to sound, or either way, it's like you're gonna travel a lot. But it also tells me that you're flying new heights. You're gonna see things from a higher perspective because I guess you're gonna be in that 1%. All right, this is somebody that's gonna make it to that 1%. That's why we have one here in abundance. See, you're about to walk that 1%. That one card. Look at that, like infinite amount of water. It's like you could be a water sign here, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Exactly, ascension. There we go, guys. It's an ascension, a spiritual and a physical ascension, because your money is growing, so is your status, right? Like I'm talking big money here, right? We have the lovers and celebrations. So, like I said, get ready to celebrate something here. You're going to be feeling very, very positive. All these vibes here are saying there's something positive, exciting, like there's crackers and, it's like a New Year event or like a birthday, even though it's not. It's like that exciting, but maybe obviously much bigger since there's like, I feel like something that you're very passionate about. Maybe you play an instrument or you have some type of connection with music here because the card clearly wanted to come out. So that's for somebody out there. It's just like many blessings are going to come, and that is how it's going to clear your name because everybody here is going to know your name, whoever you are. Layla, thank you so much for your donation. So yeah, it's like that's how God is going to clear your name. Wow, hold on, this just changed the whole thing. God is going to clear your name because the whole world will know your name. I'm writing it down because I'm telling you, like, if that resonates for you, comment down below. But it's like all these cards are just saying, like, I'm about to pull some tarot and see if the star comes out. You know what I mean? And the Six of Wands and things like that. Because get ready to shine. Your YouTube channel's growing. Like, what else could that mean? Maybe you have a YouTube channel for music. Maybe it's a music video or a song that you uploaded. That's also what I'm picking up here. But there's a lot of excitement, and Spirit is already congratulating you for this, okay? For sure. Thank you, Vitalis, for your donation. If you guys like to donate to my PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, I would gladly appreciate it too. Thank you. So I just heard 24. Oh my gosh. Hold on. You guys show me Shuffle Live. This is crazy. Look. This is insane that this card just came out. I'm telling you. The Tower, Seven of Wands, the World, again, Travel, the Nine of Pentacles, and the Nine of Wands. So listen, I should have bugged out when this card came out, but I'm live over here, so I'm trying to keep it chill. But like my spirit was jumping. Did I not just say, yo, I'm just waiting for the star card to come out? And then the star card comes out. Somebody here is literally about to blow up and be famous. You get what I mean? Like, this is really happening right now. Thank you, Simon, for your donation. I keep putting that Sharpie away. Where is it? I'm telling you. Thank you so much, Tammy, for your donation, my love. All right, so this just got even more exciting, more interesting. You could be an Aquarius, of course, but again, it's like, look at that beautiful star. You have some type of rare talent. You have some type of gift, and you're a healer, a star seed, right? So with this Tower, it's like something is about to go viral. Something is about to just go viral. This is going to happen like unexpectedly. It could be overnight. Okay, for somebody here, something's just going to blow up. Thank you, Erin, for your donation, love. So if this is resonating with you, comment down below. But you are protected. Stand your ground because you're going to have like a lot of jealousy around you, a lot of competition here. There's some type of partnership coming towards you here. But yeah, again, the Seven of Cups is telling me that there's a lot of options now. There's some type of like many opportunities, many doors that are going to open after this. That's what this abundance is probably speaking of as well. Like it's just a lot of excitement because a lot of eyes are going to be on you. Okay, you could be seeing 888 because I was seeing that number all day. We have the High Priestess here, Pisces energy. So you're very intuitive, okay, and you're following your intuition. You could be maybe you have a YouTube tarot reading here. Then we have the World card, right? With the Nine of Pentacles. So it's like you're closing a cycle because you're rising up, right? You're going up. You're blowing up. 999. There's something closing for something new to begin with this 10. The 10 of Pentacles, wealth, right? This is generational wealth. This is like 10 million, right? Thank you, Jason, for that 888. That's another confirmation. You get what I mean? That's another confirmation right there. And then we have the 10 of Pentacles. If you read tarot, look, 8 of Pentacles, then you already know what this is. You're a healer here. The Ace of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Devil. There's just a lot of money coming towards you. The Queen of Pentacles, like, telling you right now, somebody about to seriously blow up, and that is how God is going to clear your name, and that is how things are going to backfire, because your name is going to be everywhere on the billboards or wherever it has to be. There's a lot of attention, there's a lot of success, but there's also a lot of infinite wealth here. Like, there's just going to be a lot of gains of money, like different ways that you can make money here. And there's also like some type of gift that you do. Like, you could be a beat maker, or you make something here with your own hands, with your own skills. You know, that you could do on your own like that. Okay, I'm also hearing like spend some time alone. You could be a Virgo. We have Virgo, Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus. We have double. All right, so you might meet somebody that's just the same level as you. But I'm just saying, like, there's just a lot of money coming towards you. The Wheel of Fortune. All right, this is fated to happen. Something is shifting in your life. Period. Period. Thank you, Aqua, for your donation. Ace of Pentacles, guys. 3 of Cups. Like, you're going to be celebrating. There's just a lot of excitement. This is something that you're going to be celebrating here. Period. Okay? And then you may have, like, people that become even, like, obsessed with you. And I see, like, the Wounded Warrior card here. It's like a lot of people try to tear you down, and you're going to be able to tell a story about that and how you still persisted. And then you got this big opportunity that God sent over to you, right? This is the hand of God, right? So God is blessing you with this big pentacle that's going to go from the 9 of Pentacles, you know, when you build your own business and you are stable enough, to then the 10 of Pentacles. This is infinite abundance, okay? Not just money, but love and career and all those kind of things. With the 8 of Pentacles, there's just a lot of money here. Pentacles, Pentacles, Pentacles.
No, no.
So leave that lack mentality here. I feel like you don't have that mentality. You know that this is you, because you know that you were always meant to be wealthy. See that? I'm telling you. And then there's that celebration. Oh, and then we have these 2. So it's just like too much money here. The first card out was billionaire. Period. Period. All right. So let's see what else Spirit wants to use here. I'm gonna use this deck. Okay. I'm getting you're gonna be happy. Okay, you're gonna be very happy. Like, that's just. All right, guys, let's get the lights up. We have 1,000 souls over here. What's going on? If this message is yours, if it resonates, let's get the lights up so this video can go through the algorithm of YouTube and other people can watch it. Blessed is the first card out. I'm way up. I feel blessed. I live a life I deserve. Yes. Fuck every care. Feel better. Word. Yes. That's the song I'm hearing. I'm way up. I feel blessed. That's how you're going to feel, you know, blessed. 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 Period. If you're claiming this message, guys, you can comment down below. You could do a star emoji. I feel like you should write a star emoji and say, I'm blowing up. I'm blowing up. You know? And now I'm blowing up. I need a hope. I'm getting a lot of Drake vibes here, but that's for somebody out there. TikTok. Okay, so your TikTok may just go viral. Maybe you put something on your TikTok. Or maybe you already have a following and something there is going to blow up. Because I'm already getting, like, you're in the public eye. Okay? For someone here, you may just, like, suddenly be known for this. But it's like some of you guys already got, like, a little attention here, too, is what I'm getting. But this is, like, divine timing. It's like, get ready, because, like, the time is running out here. Like, this is happening at any minute. Like, overnight, something with time changes, you know, TikTok. Like, you're going to blow up, right? What's a bomb? You're blowing up. Look at that, the bomb. You're blowing up. I need a hope thing. Look. Isn't that crazy how that just came out and I was like not even picking that up? We also have the number 3. That could be your past life number. not for you. Yeah. If this wasn't happening in the past, it was because it was not for you. Okay? It just was not for you. All right. Let's see. Wow. So you guys are moving home. Okay? Some of you guys are really relocating here. There's changes. You could be seeing 555 a lot here. It's like, yeah, you could be a path of number 6, 22. You could be a master number 22, okay? Yeah, there's a lot of stars around you. See, so you're going to get a lot of attention, a lot of glory. You could literally be on TV, you know, not just the internet, but TV. The world card is also online, so something is blowing up online unexpectedly. Like, you're going to be a star. Wow. Whoever you are, make sure you come back and comment on this video. Give me some clout. Oh, gosh. I'm being really funny here. All right, a change is coming, dude. Clean up, clean up. Everybody clean up, clean up, clean up. There's a change. Did I not just say 555? There's a change. This could happen on the 12th of a month. This could happen in December for somebody. You could be a Sagittarius. You could be 50 even, doesn't matter. You could be 22 years old. Somebody here was born on June 12th. Okay, I just heard that. And June 22 and May 12th. Okay, that could be for somebody here. Comment down below if that's your birthday. But there's a change happening. That's it. It's already in the air. You could already feel the signs. So you know this message is resonating with you. Because you could already feel the signs. If you feel the signs, give this video a thumbs up, please. Time to go. So 45, like I said, 9. Look, 8. Wow, dude. Look at that. This is fated to happen. Truth be told, this is always fated for you. No gossip, you know, no spell work, no evil eye, no manipulation was going to stop what was always fated for you. It could have been delayed, but it was never going to be stopped. And so there's a change now, and it's happening. And you're going to learn that it's time to go because you're even traveling. You know, it's like you have to leave someone or something. And I feel like right now you're between worlds. You kind of know that you have to make this decision. So you might be feeling undecided, but it's like it's time to go if you really want this new life. Okay, because there's a brand new that wants to be birthed. So you have to let go so that this thing that is fated for you comes to you. Okay? Because it wants to come to you. You're born to shine. You're a star. Okay? This is another star card from another deck. See? 17. That could be your birthday. Poised. Okay? Poised. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of pictures of you. You're going to feel very happy. There's going to be like something about you being put on a pedestal, getting a lot of attention, people seeing your worth, seeing your transformation with these wings. Okay, Scorpio energy. You're going to be going through a major transformation. Okay? Thank you, Susan, for your donation, my love. Many blessings to you. And Elena, thank you so much as well for your donation, my love. There's something about you needing to stay hydrated because I feel like I have to drink a lot of water. Thank you, Court, for your 222. This is happening this year. Okay, this is coming through because it's happening this year. So, period, point blank. Let's see what messages Spirit has for you. Okay, we have God loves you coming out. So this is why this is happening. Like you're highly favored. You're somebody that's highly, highly favored by God in the universe. You know, like you're You're somebody that's always meant to shine because you're a leader that's meant to teach and be seen in that way. So it's like, be ready to have this new you. Let whatever has been holding you back go and get ready for this boss bitch about to be birthed. You know what I mean? I'm hearing pay attention. There's something that we have to pay attention about. Okay? Told to be quiet. So pay attention about people trying to shut you out or telling you that you can't sing or that they want to close your throat chakra. Be careful about that because you're meant to express yourself. Okay, nobody should be telling you that. So be careful about that. It's just like keep going. Okay, those naysayers, those haters, just keep going. Your ancestors, they chosen you to break this generational curse and pattern. They chose you to finally stand up and choose the spotlight. Okay, it's like you're meant to be in spotlight. Just accept it. Cleanse and shield your aura. Okay, there's something about you needing to clear your energy. Yes, Taurus. Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus. I said that already. What is this new life coming to the collective spirit? You are headed in the right direction. Okay, this is what you need to know. Whatever you're doing, this is fated. Okay, this is your destiny. You keep going. Maybe you feel lost right now because the people around you told you that, you shouldn't really express yourself. It's like there was something that was blocking your throat chakra in whatever way that was blocking communication. Because I hear that's like your gift, communication. So it's like, they're asking you to keep going because you're headed in the right direction. So no matter what you don't see, there's a new life that's soon coming in. Right now you're going in between worlds. So there's like a transition where you're like in the dark at times, in the light at times. Soon you will be just going to that happy place very soon. Okay. Clean your social media. Okay. So make sure that there's nothing really negative there or negative people that are just like kind of watching you to stalk on you because, like I said, you're about to get a lot of recognition online. So just clean all your social medias of any negativity and block whoever you need to block is also what I'm getting here, as well as clean your aura, if that makes sense for somebody out there. Okay? Meditate because there's just going to be a lot of energies around you. And look, should I say more? This says influential YouTube platform. I'm telling you, this is somebody's YouTube. This is through YouTube. Somebody's YouTube is about to blow up because you're a very influential person, okay? Or you have that potential to influence a lot of people through whatever you do. You have some type of platform already. This is somebody that has the platform already. So Spirit is saying, keep going. You're headed in the right direction, okay? Someone here may even have a meditation channel, whatever this is. For someone is music, for someone is meditation. Whatever it is, you're a star, you're doing this. We have cleanse your energy. Okay, so there's something about needing to cleanse your energy. I kept saying that to you. Spirit is like with exclamation point. Like make sure you're cleansing your energy constantly because, you are a public figure now. Yeah, keep getting the world will know your name. That's very cool, guys. Congratulations if I never said that, which I didn't, and I said it now. Poison food, beware. So beware about people trying to feed you something, especially when they know you're about to have some type of success. All right, beware of what you eat and the kind of food. Also, I'm hearing like, make sure you eat healthy. That's how you cleanse your energy. But also, it's like somebody here is like negative energy around you. There's somebody that you need to block in your social media that you may hang out with here that is trying to maybe poison you with something. Okay, be careful with that. That's for somebody out there. All right, Spirit wants you to remember who you are. You're somebody that's meant to shine. You're somebody that always held her own. So it's like, get ready to celebrate. Do I need to say more? See? There's a big celebration. And in fact, you're a siren here. You're somebody very fucking handsome, very beautiful, very attractive. And there's going to be a lot of eyes on you. A lot of eyes. Like I said that in the beginning. And you could have some type of psychic medium ability here. like I said in the beginning, you're very intuitive. And you're also like going through a spiritual awakening at this time. So just kind of go with the flow. Either way, your story is going to inspire a lot of people. You're going to be very influential, okay? Like I'm telling you right now, your story is going to inspire so many people. So there's somebody new entering your life as well. Spirit is saying. So it's time to end that toxic relationship. For some of you, like I said, this is what you need to let go of before you blow up. End a toxic relationship here. This could be with friends, co-worker, family member, or lover, whatever it is. Coming up, we got 9/11. I just saw 9/11. That could be your birthday, or 9/11 could be significant. That's also Archangel Michael saying, "I'm here protecting y'all." All right, we have 1,271 souls over here. Let's get some likes up, guys, to 1K. Period. All right, we do not take mediocrity over here. I take greatness nonetheless. That's sick greatness. Anyways, you glowing up. I said that since the beginning. You're gonna glow up. Okay? It's like a whole new you emerging. You're gonna have better clothes, better outfit, better body, better. Everything is just gonna grow from inside out. Like it's a huge change. You're coming like a phoenix out of freaking ashes, and you're gonna meet your divine counterpart here. Because look what it says here. Wow, this is a beautiful message. Yo, who is this for? This is beautiful, by the way. I'm very proud of you. But it says you will influence the energy in your room. Star. All the best cards are just popping out. Like you're literally going to influence the entire room. That's just the energy that you're having. You're going to grow. You're going to influence the entire thing. You're a star. And there's going to be somebody new here that might see you and give you this opportunity. This doesn't have to be a lover. For some of you, use both. You're going to meet a lover and somebody here that's going to want to make you famous or offer you some type of opportunity. But your ancestors want you to remember who you are, no matter what's happening around you. Remember who you are and use that intuition, psychic abilities that you guys have. Okay? Oh my gosh, look at this.
Yes, I do.
Tupac, all eyes on you. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter the competition. It doesn't matter who's around you. All eyes are going to be on you. So I don't know what you're doing, but all eyes are going to be on you, period. You understand? Like, that's beautiful. I kept saying that. So there's something you're doing here, okay? Because you're touching people's lives with your love and whatever you're doing. Okay, it's going to touch people's souls, and they're going to see you for who you really are, your greatness. And they're going to see a lot of eyes on you. So you're going to have better friends, your soul tribe. Wow, this is like a majestic reading. I should just call it majestic reading. And we had 1333 in the house. If that number, maybe that's your address, or maybe that number is significant. Follow your intuition, says Spirit. Okay, just follow your intuition here, for sure. But know that, like, all eyes are going to be on you, but you're going to do something greater that change people's lives. You know, this isn't just about you being pretty and getting a lot of attention. You know, it is about you seeing your real energy, seeing what lies within you, that big treasure, and how much you can influence the world in such a positive way. You know, and I just feel like there's a lot of starship. There's just a lot of that energy since like the day you were born, and like people always look at you and you're like, why do people always stare at me? Because you're beautiful, because you have that energy, because you have that glow, because everyone around who you've met, whether they loved you or they hate you, they knew that eventually you will be famous, that eventually you look like someone famous. People could have told you like you look famous, but you're gonna celebrate this win, and you're beautiful, you're hot, you're sexy, you're gonna get this. You get what I mean? Whatever it is, comment down below if you want to. You don't have to. All right? Guys, I'm going to end this reading here. Okay, Ancestor Spirit, guys, I'm going to send this energy back to the light. Thank you guys for your donations, your likes, your shares, your beautiful comments. All right? So whoever this is for, congratulations. Like, this is going to be amazing. You deserve this. You know what I mean? And it's just going to get even greater because everyone's going to get to watch, even the ones that want to close their eyes. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. So anyways, thank you so much for your donations. If anyone still wants to donate to my channel, you may do so through the information below. Make sure you click on the link, guys, before I go. There's a link that I have on my bio. It's the first link that you see. If you guys go like that picture, it'll really help me, okay? And that's all I'm saying. Good night, guys. Peace out. Thank you.
navigate to the stars. They want you to follow your bliss. What makes you happy? What makes you feel abundant? What makes you feel like yourself? Okay? You could be an Aquarius here. Step into your power. Like I said. Thank you, the Swearing Angels Tarot. Look, step into your power has been something I've been saying since I started this reading. The cards come out. You are strong beyond measure. Don't mess with Queen of She's saying, hello, do you think I'm a punk? If I'm telling you are my descendant, okay, if Ra and Hathor, these ancient Egyptian ancestors are telling you, then what is there to question? Step into your power. You are strong beyond measure. Okay? You are somebody that overcomes obstacles. Your strength is to be envied. Your power, your strength. People admire you for that. Like I said, it's like you can remove the sword out of that stone. Not many people can do that. But you carry that kind of strength. All right, David Goliath, you carry that strength. Like you are strong beyond measure. Somebody should comment down below, I am strong beyond measure. That should be like an affirmation that you bring into your life. I am strong beyond measure. So it's like there's no limit. You have no idea the potential that you have inside of you. As soon as you step into your power, though, you're going to feel more confident and you're going to awaken and see how powerful you are. Because if you notice, this person is a beacon of light for other people. You are the one who is the light to others to follow.
Shit.
See, you're the leader. See how there's people behind you? They're following you. They're following you. You are, yeah. I'm telling you, it's like you feel like you need to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, but it's because you are the leader. It's because the more responsibility. What does that come with? Where your responsibility comes. Oh, somebody commented down below. All right, I forgot the quote. Thank you, Haley. So it's like there's going to be more responsibilities that you carry because you are the leader. You are to lead everybody else around you. Solitude. Spend some time to connect to who you are and to connect to this energy. Okay? Let's see what else Queen Nefertiti here. What is this message that wants to come through for the descendants of Nefertiti here today? The situation will improve, okay? You're reaching your destination. You need to know that the situation will improve in divine timing, in the perfect timing. So please, guys, whatever you're going through right now, please remain positive, okay? Please have hope. Have hope. Because something really beautiful is emerging here. And it's like every struggle, every obstacle is to make you stronger and for you to share your story and inspire other people to believe in themselves, to be powerful too, you know? And so there's some type of situation in your life that is going to improve, and it has to do with you reaching some sort of destination here. Not the right time, okay? Something was not the right time before, but now it is, okay? It was not the right time before, but everything is in divine timing. Take action. Tell others, share your gift. Yeah, your ancestors ain't playing, okay? Descendants of Queen Nefertiti here and now today, I tell you, you need to take action. You need to be on this emperor energy and take action. Be this mystical healer. Go out and heal people, heal the world in whatever way it is. Some people heal others by counseling them or by listening, or like I said, by writing, by singing, by painting, by drawing. What is your gift? Share that, because you are a mystical healer and you need to take action towards this gift. I'm telling you right now, this is what they're saying, because it's going to bring you abundance. Because like I said, you're royalty. Earlier's message I channeled was abundance. You are abundant. Your lineage comes from money. Okay? And that's a yes, period. With an exclamation. Get excited because that's yes. Okay? Double stuff you get. By the way, your health is improving. So if you've been having some type of either mental health, physical health, emotional health, it's improving. It's improving. You're coming into alignment.
storytelling, and some of you guys are going to go through a Kundalini awakening. But look what fell out, guys. Opportunity. Every obstacle was an opportunity for you to realize what kind of power you hold within you. Every obstacle that felt like it was impossible, okay, was an opportunity for you to make money out of it too. So there's some type of opportunity that your ancestors are saying you're not seeing it or you're ignoring it. Thank you, the divine Pisces. I'm going to seep into what this opportunity is, but I'm really getting like, yeah, that's the opportunity. Okay, that's the opportunity. Every obstacle brought you an opportunity so you can be this light worker, this beacon of light for other souls and guide them. So you're being given an opportunity to step into this power, okay, where you're guiding lost souls. Because if you notice, you're the one carrying the light. Everyone else is in the shadows. So you're bringing people from the dark places to the light, from the shadows to the light. That's very beautiful. That's very, very beautiful. Like, I'm definitely proud of you. They're proud of you. You're getting an opportunity. Wow, you're literally, some people here are lost souls, and you're taking them to the light. Okay, I'm also getting mediumship. Okay? You could have some type of mediumship psychic abilities where you could speak to the dead or communicate with them. Some of you guys, while you sleep, you visit purgatory, and you bring the souls that I don't even know that they're dead, and you bring them back to the light. You help these souls that still want to deliver these messages or still are in a dark place. You take them to the light, which is so beautiful. Very, very beautiful. Yeah, you're somebody that's, excuse me, very helpful. Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Hey Ella, how are you? Welcome everybody. If you just joined this live, please make sure you check out the entire video, okay? This is a very important video, and I don't play when ancestors come through because you know, I have to do it. Thank you, Abigail. I'm telling you, it's like there's so many lost souls in the world. You have no idea that you overcoming obstacles is what's going to help them come to the light. It's what's going to help them believe in it. It's going to help them believe in themselves. To be like, wow, so even if I'm lost, even if I am in the dark place, I could still find the light. I could still be forgiven. I could still be loved. I could still receive love. Yes. Yes, you can. Thank you, Latanya Daniel, for your donation. Many blessings, my love. Period. Period. Okay, we have anchor in hematite. Some of you guys need to work with the hematite crystal here. Hematite crystal is definitely about protection. So it's like you're highly protected. You're very protected. Like, these cards are beautiful today. Guys, look at this. You see this tree? These are the roots, which speaks of your ancestors, right? So these are the roots right here. Your ancestors are anchoring you somewhere. They're giving you the stepping stone. They're giving you the power and the protection. Because hemalite is a protection stone, right? They're giving you something. They're anchoring you for something. This is a dope ass message. I'm not even going front. First, the fire. You could be a fire. Yo, remember earlier I said volcano? I don't know if any of you commented on it, but I said you may live by a volcano. It came up here in this card too. Look at it right here. Look at the volcano. See? Something is erupting either inside of you. Hematite. Sorry, look how it's spelled, guys. Okay, sorry if I'm saying it wrong. It's hematite. Okay? Sorry. Okay? So again, where is that? Yeah. So something with volcanoes here. Can somebody comment down below? You could be a fire sign. Something is erupting inside of you or is about to erupt. For some of you, you do live near volcanoes. It's point blank period. That's part of a clue crystal here for somebody. Larimar, okay? So you guys need to work with the Larimar crystal. I'm also seeing dolphins here, so you could be a Pisces. See these dolphins? Atlantean energy. There's two masks here. So two faces, two masks. Yeah, you're removing all the masks. You're removing every mask that is not you, so that you can erupt. The real you can be born again, basically. Okay? Let's get the likes up, guys. Thank you so much for your love and light and your donations. Woo! It says first the fire. So this is getting me from the beginning of time. Remember I said you have knowledge since the beginning of time? If you guys remember in the Bible, it was saying that before there was water, there was volcanoes, there was fire, right? There was no grass or water, there was fire. So this is giving me, again, the beginning of time. Something about the beginning of time. I'm going to read what that card means to see if I can get some type of more clues here. First, the fire. First came fire, right? That was the first element. So, and then came the water. Yeah, look.
What's the bully doing? Where are they? Let's look and see what their intentions are. What do they know about what you're up to, and how are they planning on maneuvering? Okay, so spiritual strength, 7 of Pentacles. Something they're trying to like regain their strength and planning something that has to do with maybe someone you're working with. Like they're either heartbroken or they want to create heartbreak. They are feeling like they can't defend themselves, or feeling very defensive. Yeah, subconscious. Alright guys, welcome back. So this is going to be a collective read, alright? I already pulled a few cards out. Alright guys, welcome back. So this is going to be a collective read, alright?
So, hello everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Cornell, and this course is about database management systems, which are systems that manage and process large amounts of data. This course we're going to see how to use them and how they work. All of you have already used database management systems, perhaps without being aware of it. Because whenever you enroll in a course, book a flight ticket, transfer money, in the end, in the background, there's data being inserted or read from a database management system. That wasn't always the case in ancient times. A couple of decades ago, So, hello everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Cornell, and this course is about database management systems, which are systems that manage and process large amounts of data. In this course, we're going to see how to use them and how they work. All of you have already used database management systems, perhaps without being aware of it. Because whenever you enroll in a course, book a flight ticket, transfer money, in the end, in the background, there's data being inserted or read from a database management system. That wasn't always the case in ancient times. A couple of decades ago, applications would manage data using what we nowadays call the file-based approach. And that essentially means that each application manages its own data in a custom format using its own files. Now, if those applications are running in the same organization, for instance, it can create a couple of problems. For instance, applications that all need to store data about students, and if they store the data independently, it means that we're wasting space because we're storing the same data redundantly. And what's even worse, if we are updating data, like the address of a student, for instance, then if you're not careful, if the data is stored redundantly, you might introduce inconsistencies between different copies of the data, which of course we want to avoid. And then on the other side, if you're store the data independently, it means that we're wasting space because we're storing the same data redundantly. And what's even worse, if we are updating data, like the address of a student, for instance, then if you're not careful, if the data is stored redundantly, you might introduce inconsistencies between different copies of the data, which of course we want to avoid. And then on the other side, if you're managing data pretty much independently from what specific data you're managing, there's a couple of things that you always want to do. For instance, you want to have some kind of mechanism that recovers your data if you are in the process of editing it, and then suddenly your system crashes, for instance, because you lose power. And if we store and manage data independently in each application, it would mean that we might have to re-implement that functionality for each specific application, which is also bad. This is why people came up with a database management systems, which looks like you see here. The data, if you are in the process of editing it, and then suddenly your system crashes, for instance, because you lose power. And if we store and manage data independently in each application, it would mean that we might have to re-implement that functionality for each specific application, which is also bad. This is why people came up with a database management systems. It looks like you see here. There is one system managing all the data from the organization, at least for a certain domain, and then those applications, they access this data via the database management system by a unified interface. So those applications, they don't manage their data themselves and separately anymore. Now, for most of this course, we will be discussing about a specific type of data, which is very common in practice, which is relational data. And for the moment, you can think of relational data simply as a collection of tables. Now, in the first part of this course, we're going to discuss about a language for inserting data of this type, for modifying it, and for deriving insights from that data. And this language is called the Structured Query Language, or short SQL, and it is supported by most relational database management systems. After discussing about the interface, we're essentially going to open up the database management system, and we're going to look at the different components that allow it to manage and to process your data. First of all, we're going to discuss about the way in which your data is stored and about how we can access that data efficiently by the database management system. So we're going to discuss, first of all, about storage media such as hard disks and about their properties and about the way in which we want to store our data on them in order to make access efficient. We're also going to discuss about specific access methods such as indexes, which allow you to very efficiently find specific data that you're looking for. Next, we're going to discuss about how we can process the data and derive a new insight from it. So here we're going to discuss about standard operators, for instance, operators for filtering data or for combining different data sources via so-called adjoints. We're going to discuss about how to implement those operators and about how to connect the multiple operators in query processing plans. We're also going to discuss about how we can estimate processing costs for operators and entire query plans before actually executing them, which allow us to choose the most efficient plan for an incoming query by a process called query optimization. After that, we're going to talk about how we can process transactions. And transactions are groups of commands that either read or modify the data which are semantically related. So typically, you either want to execute all operations of a transaction or none of them. So we are going to discuss about the transactions. In particular, we're going to discuss about how we can ensure that transactions are executed properly, especially in cases where multiple users are using the database management system concurrently, which is the common case. And we will see how we can use a process called concurrency control in order to ensure that multiple users on the same database don't interact in a bad way, which might lead to inconsistent data. And also, we're going to discuss about crash recovery, about how we can bring your database back into consistent state after a system crash. Now, after that, we're going to discuss a little bit more about how we can design a good database. We're going to see tools that allow you to design the schema of a database for a specific use case. We're going to see how we can detect the redundancies in those schemata and how we can optimize those schemata by normalization and at least partially get rid of that redundancy. Now, if you want to serve a large number of users, or if you are dealing with a lot of data, then typically you don't want to run your database on one single machine, but you want to distribute it and run multiple instances on multiple machines. So in the next part of the course, we're going to discuss about distributed data processing. We're going to discuss about corresponding challenges and how we can solve them. We're also going to discuss about terms such as NoSQL and NewSQL, which are some recent trends in data processing. We're also going to see a couple of corresponding systems. Now, in the final part of the course, we're going to broaden our scope beyond relational data. We're going to look at different types of data, for instance, graph data, spatial data, and data streams. And we're going to discuss about specific systems that have been tailored in order to store and to process those different data types. Now, in order to follow this lecture, you can follow it without additional material, but it can be helpful to look into the book Database Management Systems by Ramakrishnan and Gerke. Often at the beginning of my slides, I will have the abbreviation RG followed by a section number, and that refers to the corresponding section in this book in case you want to read up more details. Also, especially for some of the more recent systems that we are discussing, I will give you references to specific papers that provide you with more details. And those references are typically at the beginning of my slides titled Reading Material. And then in this lecture, I'm going to make a lot of examples. I want to show you what it is like to use one of those database management systems in practice and how to get some impression for what's happening inside. And for those examples, I'm going to use the Postgres database management system, one of the most popular open source database management systems. You can find it, download it, and install it at the web address that you see below. Now, this course was given at Cornell as an online course in fall semester 2020. Students were able to interact with me via the chat. Sometimes I'm getting questions on the chat, which you will not be able to see because we want to keep students anonymized. But I typically read out the question and the corresponding answer. Also, I'm including exercises into my lecture where I ask you, for instance, to write queries in order to solve specific tasks. I encourage you to do those exercises with me. Typically, I give you a couple of minutes to solve them. I'm from the Cornell database group. So if you get interested by this course in database systems in general, and perhaps become interested in database systems research, please check out our website. You see the URL below. And now I wish you good luck and have fun with the course. the last time we have been talking about database management systems, which is a system that essentially manages the data, all the data that you are interested in, and then different applications can access the data by a unified interface. Here you see the high-level architecture that we have discussed. The last time I gave you a quick overview. In the coming lectures, we're going to look at different components within the architecture, and we're going to discuss in more detail what is behind that. Now, in this lecture and also in the following lectures, we'll be looking at the interface to the database system. So that is essentially the interface that either you as users are directly using or that the applications are using. If you want to read up on more details beyond what we will be discussing in the course, or if you just want to see an alternative explanation of the same content, then you can have a look into the course book. Here on the left lower corner, you see the reference to the chapters that are relevant for the material that we will be discussing in this lecture and in the following lecture. RG, that stands for Ramakrishnan and Gerke, and the relevant sections, it's primarily section 3 and section 5. The question to the chapters that are relevant for the material that we will be discussing in this lecture and in the following lecture. RG, that stands for Ramakrishnan and Gerke, and the relevant sections, it's primarily section to the chapters that are relevant for the material that we will be discussing in this lecture and in the following lecture. RG, that stands for Ramakrishnan and Gerke, and the relevant sections, it's primarily section 3 and section 5. The question last time was whether you actually need the book, and you don't need the book if you understand everything that I point out here in the course. So for the homeworks, the relevant material is what we're covering in the course. But if you want additional information, then it might make sense to have a look at the book. All right. So now we're talking about the database interface surrounded with the red circle there. And typically, database management systems support a language called SQL. That's the structured query language. This is what you essentially use in order to issue commands to the database management system, telling it to either retrieve data or to change data in some way. It's a very old standard already. I mean, the first version of it appeared in the 70s, and currently the latest version has a couple of hundred pages. So you're not gonna cover all of SQL. It's a very powerful language, but you're gonna see a subset of features which are sufficient for most use cases. Now, people distinguish different types of SQL commands depending on what they do. First of all, we have the so-called DDL data definition language, and that one essentially allows you to define what the structure of your database looks like. So you can essentially tell the database management system what kind of data entries are admissible. You can set constraints, and then the database management system will reject any changes to the data that would not comply with those constraints. Then, beyond defining constraints, of course, you can also insert and manipulate and retrieve data. That is the DML, the data manipulation language. You also have the transaction control language, that one is discussed.
What is sound?
Let's insert the columns when it comes to the IDs, for instance.
Escuadra, no. Furure sound. Escuadra, no. Furure sound. Escuadra, no. Furure sound. Escuadra, no. Furure sound.
Now, general term here is so-called integrity constraints. They generally limit the content that you can insert into the database, and the database system takes care of enforcing those constraints. So if you try to change the data in a way that violates one of those constraints, then typically the database system will tell you to that the update cannot be done, or what we'll see later, there's also a possibility that the database system essentially tries to fix things itself, but in the most typical case, it will just essentially tell you, no, this update is rejected because it violates one of those constraints. Defined before. In general, in SQL, there's always many different ways of expressing the same thing. So if you are using SQL over a while, then you will learn about different variants, and you will typically figure out what variant of the command needs to further. In the following, we're going to see one way of writing the constraint, for instance, but just so you know, there's many different ways of writing the same thing. All right. So we can add constraints, for instance, by using the author table command. And this first type of constraint that we will be looking at, those are the primary key constraints. And I have already seen somewhere here in the chat the keyword, the catchword primary key, so very good. That essentially is a constraint by which you say that one column or a combination of columns corresponds to an ID, a unique identifier. So those primary key constraints are placed on single tables, and they identify a subset of columns generally that are key columns. So the semantics is that no two entries in the same table can have exactly the same value combination in those key columns. So that means that if you fix the values in the key columns, then you automatically you narrowed it down to one single node. For the students, if you have the net ID, you narrow it down to one specific student because no two students can have the same net ID. So this is the general syntax of the command. You write alter table and table name, add constraint, makes sense. And then here we want to add a primary key constraint. So here between the parentheses, you have a comma separated list of the columns that you want to become the key. So those columns must exist in the table that you're altering. For instance, here you're altering the students table by adding the constraint that the student ID should be a key. So it should be unique and you must have a value entered there. Also, for the enrollment, it is a little bit more difficult because for the enrollment, the same student could be enrolled in two different courses. So then you would have two entries in the enrollment table with the same student ID. Also, for the same course, you typically have many students that are enrolled in the same course, which would be represented as multiple entries in the enrollment table with the same course ID. So in separation, we cannot say that either the student ID or the course ID forms a key for the enrollment table, right? So what we do instead is that we take the combination of the two. And we say that the student is not unique, but the course is not unique, but the combination of the student and course should be unique, because otherwise it would be storing enrollment information twice. That seems redundant and unnecessary. That might change, by the way, if we add, for instance, a year column in the enrollment. If we say that we don't keep track of the current state, but also of the state in past years, then it might make sense. Somebody's taking the same course twice, then you would have to extend that. But for this very simple database, we can say that the combination of the student and the course assumes. Finally, with regards to the courses table, we have said that the course ID should be unique, and this is the constraint in order to express them. Now, a different type of constraint is the foreign key constraint. This one links together two tables, and in one of those tables, it identifies a set of foreign key columns. And then it links those foreign key columns to the primary columns in another table. The semantics is that you are essentially stating that any value combination that appears in the foreign key columns must also appear in the primary key columns, because you're essentially linking each entry in the table with the foreign key to one entry in the table with the primary key. So if we fix the values in the foreign key columns, then that should narrow it down to one single row, to one single associated row in the table with the primary key constraint. All right, let's make it more concrete. So here you see the syntax for the command by which I add foreign key constraints. We are altering the table again, and we add a constraint of type foreign key, where we specify the foreign key columns between those parentheses. And then we reference another table and the corresponding columns in that other table. Depending on the database system, sometimes there's additional restrictions about what type of foreign key constraints you can define. And the syntax might always vary between different database systems a little bit, but this is the command that should work in the Postgres database system. All right, so here we are extending our running example database, and we already had that in the chat. People suggested that there should be a link from the enrollment table to the students table and also to the course table. Here we are taking care of the link to the students table, linking the student ID column in the enrollment table to the primary key student ID column in the student space. Right? And so if we try to insert an enrollment for students that hasn't been entered, then for instance, the database system would give you an error. Same principle for the courses. Here we are adding a link between the course ID column in enrollment to the primary key constraint in the courses table, right? And here we essentially ensure that we're not inserting any enrollments for courses that don't exist. All right. So, and now I'm going to give you a little exercise which links to the example that we have just seen, just to get a hang of it a little bit. While you're working on the exercise, I will also look for questions in the chat. And the exercise is the following. So we're considering a bookseller, let's call it Tagona, who wants to start selling books via a web portal. So your goal for the moment is to create a database, a schema for a Tagona in order to store information on books. So each of those books has a unique integer ID and a book name. You also have writers on the other side, which have unique names. And those writers are linked to books as authors. So your goal is to come up with the commands to define a database with 3 tables for this scenario. And you can either do it just by writing down the command, or if you have already Postgres installed, then you can try it out yourself. I will very quickly demonstrate to you what that looks like using Postgres for once. Let me quickly share my console here. Right. So at this point, you should be seeing the console window. If that is not the case, please let me know in the chat. There is some first questions on the example. Yes, there can be more than one writer for a single book, and one book can also be written by multiple authors. Very good question. Okay. Right. Now, quickly gonna demonstrate how using Postgres looks like. Maybe some of you have already experienced with Postgres, so you can skip that and already start working on the example. For the others, it might be interesting to have a look. And after that, I'm gonna give you a few minutes to try coming up with a solution for the example. All right. Okay. So first of all, there's many different ways of accessing Postgres. There's different interfaces, and it also depends a bit on which operation system and which version of Postgres you're using. The following, I'm going to use one of the most basic tools to access Postgres, which is the P-SQL tool. Now, before I'm accessing the database, I first of all have to create it. So in this example that we have seen before, we have been talking about students and courses. So this should be a university database. So I'm entering the command create DB, create database, and what shall we call it? University, for instance. All right, so now the database has been created, but right now it's not populated. So now I'm logged into that database with PSQL. Right, and now we are in the database and can issue SQL commands. Now, some of the, so you can try out the example that we have seen. I'm not going to do the entire example, just a few commands just to see what it looks like using Postgres. For instance, we have created a table about students. So what we can do here, we can create a table with the student ID and the student name, right? And if we do that, then the database tells us it has successfully created this table. And we can also create the table enrollment, for instance, which has the student ID and it also has the course ID. Right? So, right. And okay, and so depending on your Postgres setup, you have to essentially you have to make sure that you have installed it properly. Otherwise, you might see some error messages here. You don't necessarily have to do the example with me here, so I'm just giving you a little glimpse of what using Postgres looks like. Make sure they have seen the console at least once, and then you can try setting it up and maybe doing the course example or the exercise that we have now. You can try to do that with the database. One good question: how do you list all the tables? The command for that is \d in Postgres, and here you see all the tables that we have introduced so far. All right. So I'm gonna go back to that example later, which was the last table that we had. It had, yeah, all right. So this one sources the CID was of type and the course name was also text. All right, and here here, for instance, I'm adding one of those constraints, right? All right, and so I'm not going to go through the entire example here, but this is the principle. You issue those SQL commands, for instance, in a console like this one here in the database system, just to feedback about whether executing the command was successful. All right. So either with the terminal, if you have already installed it, or if you just write down the commands, I give you a couple of minutes in order to do this example here. Let me quickly share the slides again. Here they are. All right, here we have the slides. So I'm going to give you just a few more minutes in order to think about that and in order to try writing those commands. And if you have any questions in the meantime, then please ask them in the chat. Okay, and it seems that somewhere in the slides it says add constraint explicitly. That is a typo. It should just say add foreign key or add primary key. This is what we use in the examples. So there is no exam in this course. Was one question about an exam, and there is no exam in this course. And for the homeworks, in general, the syntax should be, so basically whatever syntax works in Postgres. There's slightly different SQL dialects for different database systems. And for the homework submissions, please use the one that is supported by Postgres. In most cases, it doesn't matter. So SQL database systems, they implement the SQL standard quite tightly typically. But every once in a while, there is one detail which is a little bit different in different SQL versions supported by different database systems. So in case of doubt, I suggest you go with the Postgres syntax. Which is also the syntax that we will see here in the slides. The grading is based on homework in general. There will be 7 homeworks, and your best 6 submissions are counted. Also, those homeworks are to be done alone. So there's a couple of differences to this course in past semesters. First of all, there's no exams in this course, and also the homeworks are no group homework, but they are done alone. And here the question is, that is a great one, when we can directly set the primary key and foreign key, whether we can set them directly when creating tables, and yes, you absolutely can do this. You use the primary key keyword in creating the table, for instance, then you can make a column directly the primary key. There's different ways of setting those constraints. Here we have seen how we can add them afterwards, but we can also add them directly when creating the text form. Very good. All right. I think now you had a little bit of time to look into this. So we're gonna publish the complete solution on the website, but the high-level idea here is that you essentially have again database with 3 tables. You have one table about the books, you have one table about the writers, and then you have one table linking the books to the writers. Like here you have this table in the middle, which links the students to the courses that they are enrolled in. And in a similar way, you can link the authors to the books that they have written. So it's the same principle as here, just with a different scenario. All right. Now, beyond just defining the schema of the database, of course, you can also insert data that complies with the schema. You can delete data, you can update it, and you can analyze it in various ways. And in the following, we're going to see commands for doing all of those things. So now this is the data manipulation language. First of all, we want to insert data into our database. And here you see, first of all, the command for inserting one fully specified row into a table in a database. So here we have this insert into table name values. And here we specify the values for different columns for one single row, right? Here I'm saying fully specified. One feature of SQL is that it allows you to essentially handle cases where some parts of your data are unknown. Quickly mute everyone. Right. So, okay. Good. All right. So here we first of all see a command for inserting a fully specified row, which means that you are specifying values for each of the columns. But you do not have to do that. SQL has a way of representing fields where you don't actually know the value for a field. It is called an SQL null value. We will see this in more detail later, but here we already connected that a little bit because the second command that you see here, it allows you to specify values only for a subset of the columns, and the remaining columns, they will be filled up with null values automatically. So in the second case, you have to specify for which columns you actually want to set a value. All right. Now, what we can do here, first of all, we want to store information on some students. It makes sense. We want to insert an entry for a student name. Alice. And here you can see how we do this. We want to insert something into the students table with the values 3 for the student ID, Alice for the student name, and 4.0 for the GPA. All right, as you see, the corresponding table row appears here on the left upper side. All right. Let's also insert a student named Bob, but this time we're only specifying values for the student ID and the student name. Perhaps we currently don't quite know the GPA, then entering the data that will be automatically replaced by this null value placeholder. Okay. So this is how you can insert data, but in practice, if you're using an SQL database system, then if you want to analyze data, you're typically loading it from a file, and Postgres also supports commands for that. You can load the content of a table from a file by using the command that you see here, copy some table from some file specified as a path with specific delimiters and with a specific representation of null values, for instance. So many versions of this command, but it tends to be very useful in practice. All right. So here, for instance, you might be loading the information, all the courses from some comma-separated value file, which you could do by a command like the one that we see here. We can insert data. Of course, we can also delete data. You can delete rows from a table which satisfies certain conditions with the command that you see here. Delete from table name where some condition holds. And that condition essentially specifies which rows in the table you want to delete. We will see in more detail later which syntax you can use for those conditions. SQL supports very rich conditions. But for instance, you could use some inequalities between columns and constants, and we will discuss all the different types of conditions that you can use here in more detail. For instance, our course database, we might want to delete the 6320 course because that one is not given this semester. So if you here observe the original course table after the command, it will shrink by one row because we delete the one where the condition CNAME equals CS6320 is satisfied. Beyond inserting and deleting data, you can also update it. You can update the specific rows and like the values in specific columns or specific rows using the command that you see here. We're simply writing, we are updating the table, we are setting specific columns to specific values for all the rows where this condition here is satisfied. So this command changes those rows satisfying the condition by writing the given value into the given column. Okay. Here, for instance, maybe you want to change the course ID to number 7, where the name is 4320. And here you can see the table changing after we run the corresponding command here. Right? All right. Now, this is an exercise that you can do at home, or at home anyway, but an exercise you can do after the lecture. For the moment, I can show you again how those examples work in Postgres, just to make sure that you have seen that once. Let me quickly share my screen again. So. Right, and here, for instance, okay, we inserted the student named Alice. Okay, and I think they actually didn't define the GPA column. Then I made the example before, and we quickly verify that. So here with the \e command, you can show all the tables that are currently defined. So at least I defined the students table, but let's see which columns I have in that table specifically. And with the syntax here, a \e and the name of a table, you can actually find the different columns of the table. And here, indeed, I made a mistake because I didn't, or I mean, it is inconsistent with the example slightly because I didn't introduce the GPA column. So what I can do in those cases is that I delete the students table again with this command. So now I only have 2 tables left. And now I'm creating the students table again. What did we have? We have the student ID, we have the student name, and we have the GPA, there's different versions that I can be using. All right. Okay. And I'm quickly going to finish this. I see there's a couple of questions popping up in the chat. I'm going to take care of them in a minute. And what I just wanted to show you here is how we insert one more row for the students. The first row here, I'm inserting the student others. And the database system now gives me feedback. The first number that you see here, that one will be typically 0. That is only used if Postgres assigns so-called OIDs, but that is not going to be part of this lecture. The second number is more interesting. It tells us that one row has been inserted into the table. And here somebody is already proposing the correct command. Very good. Somebody is proposing a command to say, to essentially show the content of that table, which we will see in more detail later, but I can already give you the command here. We are doing select the star, which means we want to know something about all the columns from the students table, right? And now it shows me there's one single entry in the students table, right? So here I want to give you a little bit of a feeling for what it is like to use one of those database management systems. I should also say that this interface is, of course, very simplistic. Depending on which version, which tool, and which operating system you're using, you might have some nicer graphical interface, but the SQL commands, they remain the same. And I mean, in many cases, you would actually, in practice, you might not be using SQL directly, except if you are developing an application. Like in many cases, the end user is actually shielded from issuing SQL commands. You use some kind of interface which in the background generates SQL queries that are sent to some database. But of course, if you want to develop this interface, then you need to know about SQL. Okay. Questions? So, all right. So some questions already refer to advanced concepts, some of which we will not necessarily cover in this course. It's very interesting questions. Okay, here one question about the previous book exercise. So I quickly sketched out the solution, which uses 3 tables in analogy to the example that we did for students. Here the question is whether we couldn't have done it with
certainly never should have happened.
Already this year, some 400 manatees are a number that tracks closely with this time last year. For NPR News, I'm Amy Green along the Indian River Lagoon.
You're listening to NPR News.
Stardate March 15th. Many of the stars that sparkle across the night sky are deceptive. There's much more to them than the eye can see. That's because most of those points of light are the combined glow of 2 stars or more. A famous example is Regulus, the bright heart of the lion. It stands close to the lower right of the moon at nightfall and below the moon as they set around dawn. What we see as Regulus is a star that's bigger and hotter than the sun and hundreds of times brighter. It has at least 3 companions. They're all so faint, though, that they add little or nothing to the light we see from the system's main star. One of the companions is a white dwarf, the dead core of a star that once was more impressive than the visible star. It's so close to the main star that it's impossible to see through the glare. The 2 other known stars also form a pair. They're hundreds of billions of miles away from the bright pair, and they're much fainter, so they're visible only through a telescope. The brighter member of this pair is a bit smaller, cooler, and fainter than the sun, and its companion is cooler and fainter still, a bare cosmic ember that's only a small fraction of the sun's brightness. The 2 stars are separated by about 100 times the distance between Earth and the sun. At that range, it takes them centuries to complete a single orbit around each other, under the glow of the star we know as Regulus. We have more skywatching tips and much more about the universe in Stardate magazine. Details at stardate.org. For the University of Texas at Austin McDonald Observatory, I'm Billy Henry.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the University of Redlands School of Business and Society, where students learn to become ethical and purposeful leaders in this new era of business. Learn more at redlands.edu/trailblazers. From Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, exploring how to fight a protein that keeps cancer cells alive. Learn more at danafarber.org/stories. From Workday, committed to helping organizations adapt to change using real-time data to uncover insights, stay decision-ready, and prepare for whatever's next. The finance, HR, and planning system for a changing world. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Rachel Martin.
Enemy Martinez. Russia's full-scale invasion on Ukraine continues to upend lives. Ukrainians across the country are contributing to the war effort in different ways, including managing
two unheard messages.
NPR's Ryan Lucas reports from one in
Unheard message. Yes, hello, this is a message for Everynight. Hi, it's Megan Neville calling from South College. I wanted a chance to touch base with you here and discuss the progression here.
This right now is reward. Manning a checkpoint on a raid outside the city of Lviv, west of Ukraine, hundreds of miles from the battles raging to the east. One of the men is Oleg Pokrovetsky. He's
This was the immediate response on the part of the villagers who spent night prior to the bombing to defend their village. They said it was entirely self-organized and it came from an emotional need to feel defended.
That's my colleague and interpreter, Julian Haidar. Pokrovetsky is one of a half dozen men here who've agreed to let us join them for this 6-hour shift. They're sandbags piled on top of concrete blocks. Blue and yellow Ukrainian flag tied to a stick flutters in the wind. The men don't have guns, but there is a wooden crate of pre-made Molotov cocktails.
Privilege that we have of sitting here at this checkpoint is thanks largely to those who are enlisted in the military and are defending Ukraine's borders. If it weren't for them, then this would be under Russian occupation right now.
There are thousands of checkpoints like this dotted across Ukraine. When the war started, rumors were rife of Russian saboteurs running amok. Those concerns have eased a bit as the country has settled into the new rhythms of life, and this checkpoint isn't exactly on high alert anymore. Some of the men here are in their 20s, some in their 60s. The younger ones have registered with the Ukrainian military or the Territorial Defense Forces. If called upon to head east to fight, they say they will. One of them is Volodymyr Kovalyshin. He's 37. He has a 5-month-old son. His family to this village when the war began. Like everyone here, he's watched the videos of the destruction Russia has wrought on cities like Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mariupol, where a maternity hospital was recently bombed.
It's gotta be hard having a little kid right now.
Yes.
Stream.
Very hard. When I see in TV a little child died in Melitopol, in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, it's very hard. See this child.
For now, he says his wife and son had moved with him to a nearby village. His sister just arrived too, from a town that was recently hit by Russian forces.
Hello?
His cell phone rings and he wanders off for a bit. And conversations are like that here, all a jumble, snippets of lives turned upside down. When Kovalyshin returns, he tells me that if the war escalates and the situation in Lviv gets bad, he'll take his family to Poland, but he'll come back to Ukraine.
Видно, і хочеться поїхати.
And once that's taken care of, he would then be free to travel east to fight. But of course, after everybody leaves, one feels pretty lonely in the country.
One man chops logs down to kindling to feed the oil drum stove. Another, Bogdan Kulik, puts a tea kettle on the lid of the oil drum. Tea, coffee, they ask. Good. Kulik is 62. His mustache is gray. He's a pensioner. Fancies himself a bit of a handyman. He says he likes to invent things. And the stove with its crooked smokestack is his creation. He starts to explain how he's tinkered with it over time. But one of the other men cuts in. You must.
He's the village Elon Musk.
Kulik served in the Soviet military in the early 1980s in Moscow. He's done a bunch of odd jobs over the years since, but in essence, he's a carpenter. He loves to make staircases. I ask whether he's worried about the war.
He says, you don't understand what goes into building a staircase in a house. You have to first stain the stairs.
This is in response to my question about the war.
Yes. Like he said, of course he's worried. But then he said, you have to understand what goes into making a staircase.
This was not some grand metaphor. He was legitimately angry about being torn away from his everyday life. He pulls out his phone and shows us pictures of the staircases he's made, and they're beautiful. In many respects, the atmosphere at this checkpoint seems closer to ice fishing than a white-knuckle wartime experience. These villagers get together out in the cold and talk to pass the time. They munch on thick slices of brown bread. Sure, they're checking cars. They even have a handwritten list of license plates of vehicles they say belong to known saboteurs. They haven't had any problems because most of the cars passing through belong to the local villagers, including a white sedan that slows to a crawl. The driver rolls down his window and yells something. Javelins are the American anti-tank missiles that the U.S. has been supplying Ukraine for years. For what it's worth, this villager doesn't have any in his trunk. But the country's military has put them to good use in this war. The gallows humor and the laughter, they help pass the time. But the war does hang over everything. Cell phones constantly buzz with calls from friends and family. Who's safe? Who's not? Discussions about whether to stay in Ukraine or head to Poland. None of these men know how long this war with Russia will last, but they view it through the longer lens of Ukrainian history, one they've read about in books and heard from stories told by grandparents who survived the Ukrainian famine in the 1930s and decades of Soviet repression. One man, Nazar, speaks up. He doesn't give his last name, but he's 28, one of the younger guys on this ship.
Залишилося таке населення, яке, but one does not forget an experience of ethnic cleansing. And when grandparents have to leave their homes in a matter of minutes before they're set on fire by Soviet officials, when their cows and horses are taken away, where they're left to starve, these are traumas that are remembered across generations.
Russia, they say, wants to pretend that none of that ever happened. Russia, they say, wanted to wipe out Ukraine before, and it wants to do so again now. They view this war as their generation's chapter Ukraine struggle. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, outside Lviv, Ukraine. This is NPR News.
It has been a year since a white man killed 8 people at Atlanta area spas, and since then, CNN's Amara Walker has done a lot of thinking about covering violence against Asian Americans.
We've experienced racism, misogyny, and sexism in such a unique way by being Asian American females, and so our lens is reality.
That story this afternoon on All Things Considered from NPR News.